Oh yeah, the intro music. Dun, doo, 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 doo. There you go. I'm good at this, aren't I? Can you tell I've done this before? Hey, let's get our monitoring going. Here we go. Meow meow. Alright, let's check everything up. Make sure you get to see everything I do, by the way. That's one of the rules I have on this channel. So, that's not right. Alright, I'm just trying to show people how to do this, not necessarily... See, it's got it here. Goddamn thing. Final review today. Strange. Anyway. Beside the point. Hello, viewer. Good to see you. Welcome to the Games Club. I'm Blades. And this is not what we're doing today, so... That's research. Let's open our sandbox. Wow, yeah, there's tons of this. It's Sunday. There you go. There you go. Telling you what I'm doing. Review code so far. Plan ahead. Community Q&A. It's Sunday. Yeah, it's your day. Now, has anybody had a look at the code? Beats me if they have or not. Did anybody spot a problem with the code? I only thought of it last night, so I didn't. Better switch the Unix machine on. I have a good idea. Look at me multitasking. So, review the code. It's complete. The problem that we came across towards the end, or, well, doing pass 2, it was, where we were correcting our code to fit the model or design that we started with, which is your design stage is pass 2 on your code. And we failed. Some could say spectacularly. I do things in a very spectacular way. So it was over here somewhere. Here we go. There we go. Second pass failed to gain. We failed to gain anything on doing the second pass. We went round in a big circle, which is quite normal. I told you I was thinking about it the wrong way. So I'll let my little pea-sized brain think about, well, mull it over in my subconscious. And yesterday it just popped out and said, hey, you were thinking about it the wrong way. Well, I already knew that. And that's usually the case. I don't try and force things, I just let it happen. I've learnt hard work is done by patience, not by flailing away at the code. So, the answer was to cut out the virtual idea of our core interface, and for Qt we can use managers, controllers and commands. I call it MCC, which also stands for Manchester Cricket Club. Okay, never mind. I don't live in Manchester, but that's what it stands for as well in the real world. Core interface, wow. We get a core interface now with managers, controllers and commands. That's lovely. So I rejigged the program to fit that design. And I think that works better. In Qt, this works a lot better. This will work better in C++. This, with QObject and the way QObject works, this is fantastic. Works brilliantly, and I found out also, after a little bit of research, that Qt optimizes for this style of programming. So it's a double bonus. Oh, go us. How do we get away with such stuff? I'll never know. So it looks like we did get it right the first time round, but not quite. So let's do our review, and this is going to show a problem. Shall we get the right keyboard and everything? There we go. So how was that achieved? Quite simply, I took the implementation that we'd made in Core and moved it back into Core. So we have our full implementation, which is a controller, a manager. It's a manager that manages the overall system. And we placed it in here. And it's still the same code. I might not have made a mistake. What has happened here? Let's follow a piece of code. Set current widgets, blah blah blah, display layer, set focus. Okay. That's because we don't initialize it, the UI does. So in our application UI, just go back to page 1. This, what is it? What exactly is that? It's night : intro picture. Alright, that tells me where the problem is then. Do not save. Okay. Right, let's close this lot. And just have a look at this intro picture a minute. Beautifully simple. Which it should be. That's the whole design principle. What on earth is line 14? That's great for me, but for you, you're going to have to rewrite that line, aren't you? Is there a Qt project macro? Let's pop you... we don't need to really, do we? For those who don't know, there's your code. It's Fraserblade Sharp Sandbox. So this is the code that we are looking at. Yeah. And it's that line 14. That's a bit of a... non-generic line of code. In fact, it's the only non-generic line of code I could find. At least I'll look. More than most people do. Image.load. Big long line JPEG. That's just to get that picture on the screen. I needed to put in, to get it to work, I needed to put in the full file path. Qt project file path. Oh, my keyboard's gone to sleep. Alright, does this at the beginning every time. So let's type in project file path. File variables. Is there a macro, a Qt macro? That's QMake. I don't want the QMake one. We could use an include file. Here we go. Source directory, build directory. So it's percent. Do we have anything just like a straightforward macro? So there's a possible answer. How to add macro defines in, well, you just put hash define and you put defines plus equals and then whatever you define as. This is all about the profiles. All right. Well, we're on 6.2. I'm just going to pop over to documentation because it is pretty good. File path. QURL file path. I remember you. All right. Returns a full file path for the current directory entry. So there's something here. Okay, I've been avoiding it. Qt resource system is what we should be using, and we're not. Why not? The Qt resource system is brilliant if you're making professional code. What it would do is it would take your assets and compile them into your main executable. And that's exactly what I want to avoid. So it's an independent mechanism for shipping resource files in an application. So if your application needs icons, images, all the rest of it, and you don't want to use system-specific means to package and locate these resources, they get compiled into your executable. So there is a resource compiler. It tells you how to implement it. So all you do is you put a colon, /, and then the file path. A lot easier, don't you think? Just seen Q file selector. Just looking through for cross referencing. So the resource system is brilliant, absolutely fantastic. It's wonderful. I would love to use it. But what happens if I want to change the file? I have to recompile and then re-download. Everybody has to re-download to see the new image. I can't just send the image out to everybody. Yeah, there's that disadvantage to it. And you see we will see next week that this matters even more because we're doing equipment, items for our game. You can also reference Qt resource system through the QURL, but the QURL also gives a bypass. I know this. I don't know why I know this. aliases. Sometimes it's convenient to make resources file available under a different path at runtime. Yeah, I know about that, yeah. I'm interested in qfile selector. You see, this is another problem here, embedding large files. How big is your executable going to get? It does have a thing about it. An alternative to embedding the resource files into the binary is to store them in a separate .rcc file. Now that sounds better. But even then, you change one file and you need to recompile the whole RCC file. Ooh. And I still need to put that goddamn path in. It has compression. Okay, that's nice. Got everything you'd ever want from a resource system. And that's what it comes down to. qfile file : my data. Yeah, it's brilliant. And it only references that one thing as an alternative, although there are others. Okay, it's different settings files on different locales, yeah. This is a good example. So your default base path you can set, which is what I expect. I would have assets / I don't think assets / will work. Source assets. So this is interesting. It seems to use an internal macro. Instead of giving us the macro to use, it's doing it for us. Is this correct? Localized path. What's the %1 thingy here? Alright, so the add to the default path, the actual item. And then they call it a localized path for some unknown reason, plus qstring. Oh, qlocal, right. Understand why. If the file exists, then we can do it. Databases. Where in all of that is this qfile selector class used? No. Alright, qfile. I see, they're going through examples. Here we go. Oh, I want to try this. I've never tried this before. Okay. Hash include. Didn't check. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to check. I'm just going to do it. Q file selector. Let's have a look at it. Sounds interesting. So what it is saying is Q file selector. Yeah, we'll just do whatever they do as their example. Selector. Okay. So what we would do is, instead of all of this here, see, I even wrote my own if it's null type of thing. We can do image load. Then it would be selector. Dot select. And it would be source / not bad. Does it need a resource system for this? Doesn't say so. And it doesn't load the picture. Unable to find file. And that's the problem that I've got. Oh, it's got a Q local. I remember. Oh, you muppet. Why didn't I remember that? That's not the answer. Search document Q local. There is a way of doing. Formats. Oh, it's only languages and stuff. Oh. Damn you. Damn. Not giving us much help, is it? Oh no. I don't want to use a RSCC. Okay. How to load I know the answers, by the way. I'm just going through everything to show that this is how you try and work it out. How to load local files, not RCC. As soon as you put anything like this in, it just goes smacking into the resource system, which is interesting. Mm-hmm. It's gone into translation again, localization. Got nothing to do with loading a file. Oh, these are... yeah. Alright, that's a filter. Message box. It will return it for you. The message box returns you the path. So that's why this isn't as useful as it could be. I wonder if they put a note in Q file. One sec. Let's have a look in Q file. Q file matters more to me than Q image. Alright. There is a format that you can use, and I know there is. So let's see what formats you give. You give current directory, don't you? The following example reads the text file line by line. Oh my god, can we have that example? Oh, and it puts in a qbyte array. That's what I was working on this morning. Using streams to read files. Yeah, it's not that I'm worried about. It's the open. What are you using for open? File star fh. Int fd, that's a file descriptor. That's fine. That means you're setting it previously. It's in the constructor. Path and name. path and name. Alright, just get rid of this rubbish that I put in. Damn, I saved it. Never mind. There we go. I got rid of the rubbish. What that says is path and name. Again, don't get rid of this. What works? Make a new line. Just copy what we've got. What I want to be able to put in is that. Do we need a slash at the front of that? Not going to this. That shouldn't work. Please don't work. Good. Nearly had a heart attack. Good. So we know that that doesn't work, and that's what we want to put in. So that's our objective. Can it be done? The QIO device : text flag passed to open. So QIO device : text. You can check for a file's existence using exists. Good. I'm happy for you. Here we go. The file name is usually passed in the constructor, but it can be set at any time by using set file name. Do you give an example of set file name anyway? I see, there is a slash in front of that. Okay, let's put a slash in front of it. No, sorry, unable to find the file. Okay. Set file name. Sets the name of the file. The name can have no path, a relative path, or an absolute path. Do not call this function if the file already has been opened. Yeah. If the file name has no path or a relative path, the path used will be the application's current directory working path. That's a relative path. No, that does not work. Because our current directory path is at root. How do we change our current working directory? How to set the current working. Okay. It's in the URL system and I know it. QDIR. Not exactly sure what you mean by Qt in this context. Oh dear. Yeah, I can understand why that's not working. So there is a current working directory. QDIR. Oops. I think we're getting closer. Oh, look at all of this. Wow. It can also be used for the access resource system. Ah, I like the also bit. That word there is important. That's a relative path. All right. Okay. Sorry. I was getting distracted halfway through that. It's telling me that that is a relative path. Whee! Oops. Hash include. We're now getting very close to the answer, by the way. Image.load. It doesn't like a QDIR. Two. Ah. We can set the path. Is relative. What's wrong with QDIR? Why doesn't it like it? Is relative. The directory is relative. And it's really hating everything I'm trying to do. Too many arguments. We'll come back to that in a minute. QDIR dot directory name is dot. Yes, that sounds right. Remove make this. All right, so we can do something like source assets like that. That's legal. So that takes, hold on a minute, where your slash is. Careful, careful. All right. That takes that lot off. There. And then it would be dir file path. Like that. It's legal, unable to find the file. Now, if I were to make that into this is the problem that we have now, we're just transferring the problem. That it can find the file. So you can see that this dirty great big thing in front, I don't want it. Returns the absolute path name. of a file in the directory as a queue string. You can do all of these kind of things with it, but we're still stuck with this absolute file path. No, relative. Where's relative? Directory, paths to files and directories within a directory can be constructed using Where's relative gone? Trying to find relative and it keeps coming up absolute. Thank you. Alright, here we go. Rela file. It's QURL. Alright. I'm not getting very far with this because it's not giving me relative, I don't think. We'll try it with the extras just to make sure I'm not fooling myself. Nope, it's not in that one. And the last one. No, it's not in there. Okay. Alright. It's hidden away from us. Okay. Okay. It's URL. This is an interesting thing. From local file. That's what I'm after here. Oh, why did I click on something that didn't work by accident? Can I not just put that straight in though? Does this need an object? Alright, we'll try QURL. If we get any better than Q directory. There we go. L. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. That's putting in the full path. Resolved. You see, you're still giving the base URL. Hold on a minute. Just gives us the same problem. The answer's in QURL. Alright, I want to stop messing about now. Where were we? I remember. Right, this is all recent stuff. We'll just jump over to Avengers. That's a setup file. It's not on this PC and it's not on the internet. I didn't release it. Ooh. Interesting. Just going to try the last bit. Q string path equals I used to do it something like this. Let's get rid of that a minute. Okay, what can we do with this? It's starting to look right now. Can I put what does it give? Static. Well, if it's static, why can't I do that? Because it's not in line. No member matching the function. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. So you have to take it out. And now you can't make it equals to, can you? No viable conversion. Okay. No viable conversion from QURL to QString. What the hell is load expecting? Just that. Or a device. Yeah, what a mess. Different systems doing different things. Who gives a QString then? A file name gives a QString. Dot path. Returns the path of the URL. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Nothing that I can gain from any of this, to be honest. Nothing's standing out as this is the way to do it. Any ideas? Yeah? Any ideas? like coffee or something. Right, so we've messed around with files. We've found out that we're going to have to use the full path. Or are we? There are things that I have missed out of those tests. Just testing around there. Or playing with code. The C++ way of dealing with this is to take that out. Let's do that. What is wrong with that? Oh, it wants a Q string. Really? Well, that's the standard way of doing it without Q string. Huh? That's amazing. You can't even do that. Alright, fair enough. I'm not bothered which way round or how it's done. I'm just showing the various solutions which are not going to work under this definition. Next week we're going into file handling, by the way. Big time. So today's just preparing you for the problems. So you'd think that Qt is not possibly the best for doing this. Need that. Alright. So we can see that this line 14 is going to be a problem. If we leave it as such, we need a solution, a good solution. I'm trying to think. If there's a good solution online, or whether I'm going to have to do my... One of the solutions is to put the actual file in the same directory as the loader. That's not what we're after. Again, full path used. Problem avoided. Cute. Mm-hmm. Mm. Do you think that this is overcomplicated for what it's doing? Image path. What's image path? Using a queue file dialog, which, as I said before, works perfectly. And also not. Hmm. Don't want to do this. Yeah, that's a very simplistic view of it, but also that's a lot of code just to do one thing. That's not very good. The queue byte array keeps coming up, by the way. Keep that in the back of your mind. Hmm. Again, using file dialogs. Doesn't seem to be a Qt macro for them. Am I missing something? Qt config feature. I love looking through these, there's so many of them. Do not Qt do pragma. Okay. Name spacing. Somebody's ever memorized all of this lot, good luck to you. File system model. Frameworks. Image formats. R path. No documentation available. Okay. Whatever. It's an interesting thing. What does it mean? What's you config? That's internal workings of Qt. Right, got you. Thank you for that. Didn't take long to work that one out. All these features are internal working. Yeah, they are. I didn't know you could do that. Nice. This is the meta system as well in here. Something we haven't looked at is our profile. I want a solution that is going to rock our socks off. Qt is brilliant at that. The problem is there's so much of Qt that where is it hidden? Oh, we've got try catch. Wow. Versions. Different warnings. How to set Qt working directory. That's what I would do in other things. You're joking. We can do that. Of course, it's given through argv, isn't it, into the Q app. Here. Is it as simple as that, really? Oh, I've got Q screen. Oh, yes. Hash. QDIR. Want to try it? That looks simple and precise. So Q. I've never done it this way. Set current, and it will be our application, and that's app application. Not there because it's A, not W. That's a window. My fault for not using proper variables. Application. It's just application. Now if we go to intro picture, doesn't work. I'm not using QFile, we're using QImage. So it does work. What is that returning, please? Qt. No, I can't use Qt. App. DWD. Current working directory. A dot application. And you can't use that. God, this is annoying. Q directory will now pick it up. Let. Q file will as well, won't it? We'll try it again then on QDI. We'll try it. Last chance saloon for you, guy. No, I don't want that. Q string. Equal. Directory. We need to be able to get it. Let's get you out of the way. Returns the absolute path. What we're after, I'm guessing. And we can add absolute file path. So that would be absolute. Hey, he came up. Come back. Absolute file path. And we would need that for eel. Will that work? Because this will only accept an absolute file path. Need more information. File path. What is it actually doing? Oh my god, look where it's gone. It's gone into the build sandbox, debug, source assets pictures midnight. It's in the right place. It's done the correct thing. It works. Ooh, now we can have fun with this. So we are here. Inside of a debug. It should be inside of sandbox. God, I'm broke. Sorry. But solved the problem. That's an interesting solution, one that I wasn't expecting. don't know how to take that solution. Ooh, sugar. What I don't understand is this. Why am I not allowed to do that? Why have they changed that? That's fine. They've changed it. That's fine. Oops. Stop. No. No. No, 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 no. No, stop. Stop messing up. We get rid of all this garbage. Right, let's clean up. Don't want that. I'm going to keep that as it says it there. I'm just going to split that down. Yeah, I like that. I like that answer. I'm not happy about that variable. It doesn't matter, it's local. Alright, let's do this properly, shall we? To there. That goes to there. That goes to there. that's the solution. It isn't really. That's the build directory, not current directory. I'm done. My God. Now it'll work for anybody. Oh my God, we have golden code. Debug. It works. Release. It works. The art of being an evil genius. It works. And that's your answer. That I've never done before. I thought that was done for us. It does have Control H to replace in a single file. Yeah, that's right, Polyglot. Let me just catch up on chat. Really bad of me not to be chatting because I was concentrating on a solution. Hey, it's good to see you, Polly. Oh, I don't use all those shortcuts. Sorry about that. Doesn't VS Code have a way to refactor? Yes, it does. To rename variables. Control F. I think. Oh, don't have VS Code. I think it's Control F. It's find. It's find and replace is what you're after. Oh yeah, I think that's it. Should be under the edit menu in VS Code. My God, we did it. So what are you working on, Polly? Anything interesting? I've finished really for the day. Wasn't expecting to do this. Change asset loading to... I've done it again. I've put it in past tense. Assets now load from a relative path. How's about that? Chat paused. Oh, that's clever of me. I've got to scroll, have I? Refactory smart about, yeah. Find replaces Control H. That's a weird one. Should be there. Working on a Sunday. Those days are gone for me. I'm having fun playing with it. This is very important for next week because we're doing file handling. And we are trying to do without the Qt resource system. And that's why I thought today we'll play around with loading a file, because I know how difficult it can be in Qt. It's one of those awkward, hidden in amongst a pile of other things type of thing. It's not explained anywhere. I thought I'd explain it by doing it. And that's your answer. You have your build directory, and you can go relative to it. By asking Qt to make the relative, so the absolute file path from wherever it was doing it before. Which we don't really want, do we? Let's give you the code. Oh, stop it, chat. Stop pausing on me. I want to talk to people. You're almost done with REST project. Became a little web server, MQTT interface to Node-RED. Well done. Well done. Have you done your second pass and your third pass? Or is this first? I don't know if you do a design phase at the beginning, you see, because I always do a design phase. I have to, because that's the only thing I know how to do. The actual programming, I've got no idea. We're on master branch, are we? Oh, that's handy. Yeah, bit of a pull and a bit of a push. And there is your code. Make sure it's here for you. Implementation, it was output, and it was intro picture. There you go. There it is. Neat. I am happy now. You can use this. This code's finished. It's done did. We're going to be really going into a bit of this qubit array. Remember qubit array. I probably won't. I think I better make notes. Now we've got the directory structures corrected. Alrighty. What? This shouldn't be here. Hold on a minute. What's happened to my blackboard? That's my research board. Alright. File handling utilities. We haven't got utilities. Might as well pop them. That's research. Clean up the board. File, save as, Blackboard, empty, and then File, save as, Utils. So I need a different key. There you go. Qbyte array is going. I need to recenter, don't I? Okay. Util development. Eek. Brush. What are you doing? No idea. Reset the size on the brush. That's better. Raspberry Pi instead of full-blown Windows box. Absolutely. Raspberry Pis are quite good nowadays. How did my go out? Brush reset. Okay. Util development. The two biggest ones are file handling. Which I probably haven't spelled right, and string handling. Is there an E there? It's a question that I ask quite a lot. It's EL. It is. It's EL. How weird. Yeah. I did spell it right. Oh, God. I give up. Doing stuff with files and doing stuff with strings. Let's call it that instead. I'm really having a bad day today. Don't worry. There you go, that's a better way of spelling it. Files and strings. Is that what we could do next week? It's a huge part of everything, really. I need coffee if I'm going to continue today. What day? What time? Oh God, we're already on that time. Don't need to continue today. Do you need any help with that, Polly? That's Dutch, my language. Got you. Is it? Fantastic. Well, I think I should write in Dutch then. I'm not a language specialist. I know too many languages. They all just merge into one for me. I'm also dyslexic, so it doesn't really help, does it? I suppose. Yeah, I think the way forward is probably files and strings. We were going to answer some questions today, weren't we? So let's go to the research board. And that's now blank. Okay, whatever. So, what? How did that happen? I don't know this system very well. You're still here. Oh well, we'll go to the research board anyway. I've never used this application before, so I don't know how it works. And I need coffee. I'm going to go and put the kettle on. Talk amongst yourselves. What you wanted was a splash screen that hides the desktop while loading starting browser or yeah. You've already got one. I just done one. That's that splash screen that I was just fixing. So, be right back with the kettle on. Hope it fits. So yeah, that's what we're just fixing there, the splash screen, loading the splash screen from a local file rather than an absolute path. Just making sure that people could use it properly. Right, so what we decided then? There's a load of ideas that came up on yesterday, at the end of yesterday's stream. Those are irrelevant to me. But I was hoping to give people ideas on the things that could be involved in game programming. I mean, if you're doing web browser game programming, good luck. I think I'm going to stay with Linux, so let's go here. Let's see what we can do with it. So, I'm going to stay on Linux unless somebody wants me to change. Okay, this is where everybody gets to tell me what to do rather than me saying what I'm going to do. So, OS, unless somebody changes it, we're going to use Linux. I will program for any operating system. So, Qt. So language. It isn't C++. It's very close to C++ and based on it, but Qt I think we're going to use. So use Qt or Qt. Environment, it's already set up. Qt Creator. Which is C++, isn't it? Or C. We just have to be careful with QObject and the event system, that's all. Yeah, Qt has me covered for multi-platform. That's exactly why I'm choosing it. It's so that I don't... I mean, I can load what we've done so far. Actually, we should test it, shouldn't we, on Windows? We haven't tested it on Windows. Well, that doesn't work because it's a different computer. Let's get the keyboard. Let's get the normal keyboard back before I completely do my head in. Go mental. What do you mean I'm mental already? Thank you. I can hear what you're thinking. Not on this machine. Better grab it, haven't we? Open source. Download. Thank you for downloading Qt. That's a pleasure. Email. Good point. I suppose we have one. DAOC Amber Skies. Google. Mail.com. Anything can be used for gaming, I'll be honest. Nowadays, the power of computers nowadays is good enough to handle almost anything for gaming. It's one of those surprising things. Have we got a password for this? I think we have. What do you think? No. Yes, I have to look it up. Didn't I do something different on this one? Oh no, that was something else. Alright, so there's no password given there. Huh? Get out of the way a minute. The AOC Amber Skies. Thought it wasn't cracking up. What's wrong with this? Huh? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. What have you done, QT? Account locked. Oh. I guess I forgot my password. Password reset link to your email. Okay. Alright, well, whilst that's waltzing around and I can't seem to get into QT. What the hell? Don't have a QT account. Well, I do, but it's not accepting my passwords today. Oh well. Oh, I got caps lock on or something stupid. No. lovely. What's this doing down here? Storage settings, free up space. Oh, yes, please. You do that. That's an interesting problem that I've never had before. Anything else we might want on this system? You see, Qt is probably a little bit better than Visual Studio because, one, it stops me programming things wrong. It won't let me, where Visual Studio will let me program things wrong. It's not as good as Visual Studio in its utility formats, what it can do behind the scenes. I don't care. What else we got here? What else? It'll do. It's an editor. Who cares? Really, I prefer VS Code. Especially on Windows. It's more versatile. Hey, hello, Poppy. Good to see you. There's no email. Is my email system broken? Folders. Junk. There's nothing. Nothing is coming up at all. I'm looking at Google Mail. Yes, I'm looking at you, Google Mail. No email. Alright, we'll try again then. Please, will you stop messing me around? We have sent a password. You definitely have. I think I'll fix that off stream. I need to look at the password system. Never mind. We won't do that today then. Yeah, I'll do it some other time. If you download VS Code, you get the MS Build system, which is supposedly fast, but it isn't. Qt is actually faster building programs. Is interesting. Right. Back to the drawing board. Whoa, that's not the drawing board. There's the drawing board. So we're going to use Qt. I've actually done the research today for the next part of the project, so I don't think that the next part of the project is going to take too long. But I suppose we can start setting it up for Monday. I mean, if people do want me to swap over onto Windows and program it on Windows, it's going to be exactly the same code. It doesn't matter. I've never tried setting this up on a Mac, but Qt Creator does run on a Mac, so it's exactly the same code again. I think it's as simple as that. So we have this that we have now completed. And we need the right mouse. It's a different computer. So this is the current sandbox. Code. absolutely massive piece of code. Now, why would I want to do a file system? Why is that my next objective? Why do I want this to work properly? And why was I so bothered about that line? It's now properly done. Because I want to do items. I would like to do equipment. I would like to show how in games we could do an equipment system or an item system. I don't want to use this base code though, do I? Yes, I do want to use this base code. But I don't want to use it like this. As a sandbox, as a starter, yeah, that's great. But people might want to know how to use this as a download from GitHub. So let's look at that. I was going to do that today. So this is Sandbox on, thank you, on GitHub at Razorblade Sharp Sandbox. This is the code I got in front of me here. It's all up to date as of 34 minutes ago. I don't want to use it like this. So we've already got it here, so I don't need to clone it, as it were. You would clone it somehow. There you go. You just clone that. You get the code, and you would probably do the following. We'll just close this project. You probably open the project, run it, test it. I'm still in release as well. Shouldn't be. Yeah. Make sure the code runs. It does. Not bad. Not bad at all. So yeah, everything's working fine. How would somebody come along to GitHub, clone that, and then use it? Well, this is the beauty of Qt. This is one of the biggest beauties of Qt. You close this. Close all projects and editors. Thank you. You then press New. And you click on Library. We can have a C++ library. All right, we'll choose that. We could call it, what was I calling it? Midnight, wasn't I? Let's call it Midnight. Let's turn it into a library. It's going into my Rana project. Users default, yeah. C++ library project, that's okay. QMake, perfect. Shared library, static. Don't make it shared, make it static, please. Class name Midnight. It's core. It's perfectly fine. Language translations. Don't think I want to program in Chinese. So I'll keep away from language translations. I'm not honestly, you can put them in if you want. Oh look, I've got WebAssembly now. Oh, cool. add to version control. Yeah, why not? So we get Midnight. It sets up a couple of files for us, and it's going to put it into Rana Midnight, into our Rana project. Rana is the world I'm creating. All right, finish. There it is. Okay, it's set the version control up for me. Very kind. That's all well and good. But what about the code? Let's go grab it. It's in projects. Everything's in Rana. So our sandbox is here. So you take your source code, you say copy, or copy to, your choice. You go into Midnight. You take that source code and you paste it. Done. Under Midnight, we check Midnight Pro. Alter that to C++ 17. I do want to add C, because I like C. Yeah, that looks okay. Does it build? Yeah, builds. But there's none of our files in there, as you can see. Nothing. So, add existing files. Source directory. Open. All files. Okay. Oh no, it's not going to let me just do... Oh. Okay. That's interesting. Oh, lets me do one at a time. Why not? Path spec midnight.jpg did not match any files. Checking. It's okay. We're fine. It's because we haven't got any commits. Alrighty, so source. Add existing files. Add existing directory. Fantastic, that's better. That saves me a bit. Let's do that. Alright, I'll come up with a load of red because we haven't got anything in version control yet. There we go, it's all coming up. Problem. GUI. We've only got GUI Qt. What should we have? Where's our profile? Well, we used core GUI widgets. I'm not sure if this will build. didn't think it would. Yeah. So I'm going to copy that over. For GUI and widgets, please. We'll include all of that lot, shall we? There we go, it builds. We now have a static library. Completely separate. All the code is now separate. All of this implementation, systems and core. It's all done for us. Fantastic. That's how you separate the stuff off. You might notice that we don't have the UI here, because the UI isn't up to the library. That's up to the person who wants to use the library. But we should have all our source stuff now. Yes, we do. Good. So it's now an independent library. Interesting. How can we use this library? Well, it's built in... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we'll just build it in debug mode. I won't go outside of debug for now. Oh, we can close that. Built. You have to build it, by the way. So we can now make a totally new program. This time, might go for something slightly different. As I'm going to use this for developing utilities, I don't want a widgets application. That's just going to complicate matters. So I'm going to go for a console application. I'm going to choose that. It's going to go into Rana. We're going to call it utilities. Util development. There we go. We'll use that. We'll take a next. We'll take a QMake. We're happy, joy, not doing translations. 64-bit will do. Happy with that. Add to version control. Yes, git, please. And finish. You might have noticed I didn't even save out the version control, did I, on the other one? Whoopsie. On master. Okay. Initial commit. This kind of thing is not really hard to do. But that's on development. Can you get out of the way? There we go. Select all, initial commit. It worked. Or does it? We don't know. Can't run a library. But we can do the initial commit. Okay, let's get back to our development. Again, profile. Look what it's done. Now we know our library is slightly different. C17. Whoa, don't do it that way though. 17. Console app. Yeah, that's fine. I will keep the GUI, the core. And we will keep the widgets so that we can use the stuff that we have. Alright, that's okay there. Everything went through fine, no errors. Build, looks good. Run. Yay, exciting. It'll crash. Yeah, good. Well, we're compiling. Not a problem. We need the library. Still haven't got an email from them. Oh well. So, utility development, add library. Add library. It's external. Well, remember that it's external. It's not within here. Okay, library link is Windows, Linux, or Mac. Choose your poison. Library file is going to be in Rana midnight here. That's where we built it to. The include path is in Rana midnight source. The platform, Linux, Mac, Windows, I'll keep them all. I don't mind. Linkage is static. It's a static library. Library is inside debug or release subfolder. Yes, it is. It's in a debug folder. This is the code it's going to add. Finish. And there it is. It's done it all for us. Okay, it's done. The library has been added. You can now build. You can run. Fantastic. What are we running, by the way? Oh, we're just running a core application. For now, that's all we need. All right. Let's have a look and see what we've got on the file system here. That's okay. Add new folder. Of course. You do not add to your library. Do not write directly into your library ever. You write all of your research code within a research development unit. You will kill your library if you write directly into it. You can copy code over. As you've seen me just copy code over, you can do that later. So I'm going to add source. We're going to open that up. New folder. We're going to be adding to the core. New folder. And it's going to be utilities folder. Do all your development in here. Hack around, play, research, do stupid things. And then once you've got your golden code, transfer it to your library. Don't put garbage into your library because your library is full of golden code, which has been developed properly, in this case for once, interestingly. And that's how we're going to work this system. Everything's going to keep inside of my project Rana, but everything is being kept separate. This is going to cause a bit of a problem, possibly, with GitHub. GitHub isn't designed for development like this. GitHub is designed for everything, all of your garbage code mixed in with all of your golden code. It just doesn't work. GitHub for developers is a fantastic idea. It's a great storage place. Use it like that, and you are asking for trouble? Nope, you're just asking to lose your way halfway through, because you won't know what is good code and you won't know what is bad code, and you'll spend days and days searching through your code trying to find the good from the bad. No, I'm not going there. I will develop as individual units. I will know when an individual unit is golden, and I will then transfer that over to the not sandbox, it will then be called Midnight, a library. And the library will be then stored on GitHub. None of this will. So if you're following along and you want to do your own research, that's fine. If you want me to do research for you, that's fine. I will do anything you like. I'm free to do what I want nowadays. A word of warning, please do not pay me. I've had 25 years in the industry being paid. I do not need your money. Just a word of warning. Good. I've just looked across and the subscriptions have all gone down now and they've got to 0, and I'm quite happy to broadcast if there's no subscriptions. If there becomes subscriptions and I become an employee of yours, then I won't be happy. I don't want your money. This is all free. If you want help with your project, if you're working in the industry and you want help with whatever you are working on, I will help you. Your choice. But just don't pay me for it. Please. I'm enjoying myself. It's not a job. So we've got this utility thingy. So we're going to be doing some research into file utilities. And here, answer. Remember, this isn't going to get saved on GitHub, so I can put anything I like in here. I don't know, I'm going to forget it if I don't put it in somewhere. Oh, we have the start of... Did we do an initial commit? Hold on. All right. You might notice I stay on file system, not on projects, because projects will do many, many weird things. Whereas on file system, I can see what I'm looking at. Utilities do not need a system. I'm out of a job already. We could never pay me. Oh, God. No, it's all free, mate. All free. If you want any help with anything, it's here. It's here. I want this to be a one-stop place where people can come along, not worry about looking daft, and just say, I need help with this print statement, for instance. And I'll sit there and I'll do it. I'm not going to go, don't be silly. I'm going to say, well, let's see what we can do. There's nothing stupid about programming or asking questions. There's nothing stupid about wanting to learn to program from the very, very beginning. And there's a lot of questions you have to ask. So ask them. I won't have an immediate answer, but I will find one for you. If I can. I should be able to. I've never failed in the past. 25 years, no failures, wow. Oh, wait a minute, was that? No, that wasn't a failure. I found the answer to that one as well. Damn me. Files, Q file, Q file, Q file. This is what we want to look at, Q file. Now we found out from before that this has this little interesting thing that we can do. I should have kept that open. Remind me to keep this open. So useful. Because now, as you see, we've got all these things building up. In main, do we have a main? We do have a main. Oh, good. We have this Q directory. We have this thing here that we just worked out. So we can use that. I want to be in util development, please. I'm not changing the code that they give us. Well, yeah. No, I'm not. So we know about this. So we may as well use it. That's what worked out earlier today, that is very important. Anything else? Why is this called? Yeah, you can do multiple projects at once using the file system thingy. Very good. That's all we need. Just take that off. I don't want this core application taking over quite yet. Other things that we found that are interesting and useful. That's something like Q info. If it's available to us, it's not. Is debug available to us? It is. Alright, we'll have debug mode. As this is development only, it's not production. Name your project. Always name it. Why is this not doing what I'm expecting it to do? Oh, it's because we're not in the project. Whoops. Yeah, thought we weren't. That's interesting. Whoops, missed it. Oh, we're back in the project. And welcome to util development. I always, it's a habit. I always put this in. This tells me if it's working, basically. Run it. And welcome to util development, return close. Yeah, that's working. Do we need the core application? Really? We'll keep it. Because it gives us our set current. Yeah, we'll keep it. I like that idea. Right, we need we already know that our namespace is night for the midnight project. So we can use this quite happily. We need a file name though. Now, a lot of people would probably go, well, call it file IO utils. No, don't. No need. What you can do instead is keep it simple. So let's do that. Source, add file, add new. We're going to have a class. We'll choose that. We are going to place it in for utils. Oh, better put the path correct. It's going to be something very interesting. It's certainly not going to be a queue object. I hope. We'll find out. We're going to call it utilities. You're going to find out why. Gonna put it in Git. There you go. That's utilities. Header file. Class. Get out of it, you little numpty. It isn't a class we're having here. This is a namespace. Night. As we're developing into that area. And here, it's another namespace. It's going to be utils. Now, what is a class? This is what we need to talk about today. What is a C++ class? Okay, let's see if I can explain it. Can we have pictures? Yes, we can have pictures. We're in research, aren't we? So let's have a look at this. What is a C++ class? And this is so important because nobody understands it. They don't teach this. C++ doesn't tell you it either. What is a C++ class? Does anybody have any answers? Well, it's a namespace. Which has something called a v-table. I didn't do that very well. Alright, I'm doing this off the top of my head, so I'm going to forget things, don't worry. A v-table of, and I love this, public, protected, and private. Does anybody see it yet? What is a v-table? It's a table of vectors. Well, actually, it's a table of pointers to functions. That's all it is. So it's a namespace populated by pointers to functions. And that's what a C++ class is. Complicated, huh? That's the plus plus that you get from C. That's all it is. It's never been anything different. The only thing... No, there's nothing else different about it, is there? You can also hold data within your public, protected or private areas as well. That's a class. What is a struct? I've done that wrong then, haven't I? If I'm about to do this. That's... Yeah, let's do these in the right order. This is important. So it's private. Public. That is literally what a C++ class is. What is a struct? Well, you're going to love this. It's the same as a class. But it's public by default. Whereas a class is... Why can't I just press E on the keyboard? And B. It's private. Sorry, yeah, private by default. Pointers. In other words, a v-table is a list of memory addresses to data and function. Really, that's about it. That's your whole introduction to C++ and how to use classes. So why did I just do what I did? Because I don't want the v-table. These are utilities. We don't need a class. We don't need a struct. We don't need a v-table. We don't need C++ to look up in memory where these functions are and use them. We can ask the compiler to do that. And that's the beauty of C++. You can write your own class system. So, back to this. It's a class, no v-table. It's called a namespace. How surprising. Right, what we're going to put in this. Everything in here, we are going to ask the compiler to sort out for us. Everything in here is going to be brought in line. Okay. So, we're going to make it static, inline. We're going to give it a name, a function name. Static inline means the compiler knows that this code exists. It's going to put it into a memory slot. It's going to assign it an offset to the start of your program. And that memory slot will have this code in it. Wherever it comes across this function name within your code, it's going to say, call this memory slot. That is what static inline means. Let's call it file IO. And our file IO is going to take a QString. It's going to take a const. What does const mean? It means we can't change it. We don't need to change it. QString, and it's going to be the file path. Now, this is a header utility. QString's done wrong, so it tells me. It needs a capital S. It's still done wrong. Why? Because it doesn't know what it is. There we go, does now. Right, so it's now shut up. Good. It's just gone red. C++ requires a type specifier. Remember what I was saying? Psst, remember something? It's a q byte array. Do we want to copy it? No. I'm going to put it up here as well. I don't trust the include systems, so I always put it in just in case we're going to need it. Q byte array, there it is. So Q byte array. Now we've got a problem coming up soon. We want star. Actually, we might just have avoided it. Result equals a new Q byte array. result. And there's your basic thing. Unused entity issue. I agree. Unused parameter file path. We don't care about that. I care about this part here. There's an unused thing that we could use, but it's only unused because we're not using it. Simple as real. Is this what we want to do? No. We've got a CPP file. I think I want to use that. Do I? I don't know. I don't know. Let's assume yes for the minute. So that's utilities. We have a constructor. Why have we got a constructor? Wouldn't it be better just to have a namespace? We don't need the V table, as I said. Refactor. Move definition. Yes, it's moved it all over for us very happily. It's just put a semicolon. It writes it for you. It's now become static and not inline because we are compiling it. No longer a header file. It's a piece of code that gets compiled. Difference between a .h and a CPP, a .h does not get compiled. So I could have left it in here. I can leave the code in here and it will still work, but it had to be in line. As soon as we can put it in here, it doesn't have to be in line anymore. We can now have this compiled and assigned its own little piece of memory somewhere in our program structure. And the compiler will do all of that for us. Awesome. Nice compiler. Oh, don't do that. Z was close to the key that I wanted. What's this? Alt Shift. Drag. Tab. Is this going to be good enough? Well, it's his first pass. Of course it is. There we go. And we already have our answers to file input output. Oh, text editor will do. There we go. So, we can do this same thing again, can't we? We can give ourselves a build directory. Ooh, that was a nicely spelt one there. There we go. So we've got our build directory. And then we need Q file. We're not using image. I'm going to include them, although I know I don't need to. Just to show you what we're using here. Alright, so that's Q file. One of the things we should do here at this point is press F1. Bring up Q file. That's how we use it. Yeah, I can't see any reason why we wouldn't want to use it like that. We not just copy that? It's close enough to work for a biscuit, so... If file not open, QIO device read only. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Text, yeah, that's what I want. Return. While not at the end, get our qbyte array result and read a line in. So we can change this. It's going to be our result. Process line. No, thank you. Here we go. Beautiful. That's what I wanted to see. Build directory unused. Why? Because we're using the build directory to get an absolute file path here. Don't need you for a bit. So let's use this to do something useful, shall we? And that's going to be our file path, the Q string. And that goes on here. We can simplify this line down now. Goes off into the distance. Okay. So we have a file path. We can get an absolute file path now. That file path can... That's an image load. That's a Q string. But we can take that out of there, can't we? And put it in there. Ah. Yeah. Just get rid of that little thing there that's hanging around, not doing much. Got something interesting coming up here. Unused entity, we know about that. But this... Type, warning, potential leak of memory pointed to by result. We're returning a null pointer. Don't. Don't be tempted to do that. A lot of people would. And that's where your memory leaks come from. Return what you have. Don't return what you don't have. And that reads a file. That's it. From a relative file path. We can make it even easier for the user by making that file path a little bit nicer to work with. Because look at the file path, the relative one. Got this thing at the beginning here. And we can build a directory from here. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm happy with that bit. Went too far there. We need a queue string. So we can let people know that we're doing this by putting in a queue string called relative. And that's going to equal that. And what we could do here is put relative plus file path. Now all we need to do, instead of doing all of this horrible malarkey of remembering to do this thing at the beginning, we can just put our file path as source, assets, and whatever. We now have a direct way of getting to our files, rather than all of this malarkey. It's not going to be sandbox, it's going to be midnight. That's where our files are going to be. You can see the problem now, because I think in midnight, have we still got this? I bet we have. Open midnight up. Implementation, output here. See the problem? Do you see the problem? There was a potential cock-up. And that's why I wanted to take it out. Put it here. I want the utility to fail, not the program. I don't mind utilities failing. God, they're easy to handle. They're only small little pieces like this. Is this too complicated? Yes, it is. Absolutely. So shall we create a file? Yeah. I think we should. It'll be a text file. Will this work? I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking, will this work? Can anybody see why it wouldn't work? I mean, all I've done is copied the first thing out of the manual and thrown it in. I'm not trying to design this at this point. This is how most people would develop their code. It's not the right way of doing it. Hey-ho. We don't care, today, it's Sunday. I think I've covered most of the ideas behind that, including memory leaks. Good. I mean, a lot of people don't realise how they create the memory leaks, and returning things like null pointer, stuff like that, you know, not a good idea. No if statements. We do have a while statement. We are in 64 as well, and not 32. Those are characters in data and returns the number of bytes read. If a line could not be read, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Not quite sure why we need that. Not quite sure why we need that. That's an error check. Alright. So no matter what happens, this utility will return a qbyte array. Contents unknown. Wow. Sounds horrendous to me. Alrighty. Let's create a file. Done all of this, haven't we? We haven't done an error check. Note. Shouldn't have an error check in file. Everybody says, oh, you might not be able to open the file. If you can't open the file, then you shouldn't have this doing this in the first place. If you're programming stuff and you need to error check opening files because they might not exist, Something wrong with the way your system is designed. Isn't there? Think about it. Right, let's go into Midnight. Let's go into our source and our assets. Pictures. No. Let's have a new folder. Let's call it items. Let's have a text file. New document. Empty file. Hello, empty file. Open with a text editor. Hello? Let's have an item. Anybody for an item? Remember, we can alter this file outside of compilation. Whether the program is compiled or not is irrelevant. This file is independent now. I'm feeling aggressive today. It's Sunday. We can't be aggressive on a Sunday. Let's have a walking stick. Dead. There you go. It's a staff. And it does no damage. Return. What I like to do, though, is put hash. This is a comment. And you should always, always, always leave an extra line at the end. You want to know why, don't you? Well, the answer's here. How does it know that it's at the end of the file? Every file that is saved on any system has something called an EOF marker, an end of file marker. Where does it place that end of file marker? It places it on the last line. If you save out your file like that, EOF goes there. If you save out your file like that, EOF goes there. That has a carriage return, new line at the end of it. That does not. Be careful. Keep that new line at the end. It's going to become very, very important later on. You're going to want to see that new line. You're going to want to be able to detect it. Otherwise, we are in serious problems because we are reading lines. How do you think read line is detecting the end of a line? The end of a line marker is the return. You can't see it. It's there, but you can't see it. It's got a spell checker. Fantastic. Oh, we could display line numbers. Oh, of course we are doing. Crazy. Nope, we can't see it there. Can't see it there. That's a shame. It's there. It's that character I can't do on this keyboard. It's \n. Well, on Windows it's \r\n. On Linux it's \n, which is why we're relying on this thing here. Because on different operating systems it's a different thing that they put at the end of each line. So yeah, this makes it generic. Take that EOF out because that is also hidden from us. That's \0 or OX00. No, it's \. I believe. Off the top of my head. I'm not looking it up. I don't. Save. Done. No longer an empty file. Let's rename it. Oh, don't do that. Rename it. What should we call it? Item data. How about that? So we now have item data in Midnight source assets items. Main, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Source. Core, utilities, utilities.h. God, I love that system. How do we use it? It's static. That's fine. It's called file IO and it's got a qbyte array. Got the include for qbyte array, so we don't need it. File IO. Qbyte array. File output equals night utils file IO. We need a string source assets items and of course item data. Item data. Hold on a minute. What's the problem? Used. It's not giving me a problem. Damn. Item data. Hold on a minute. Is that what it's called, really? ls. It is. Okay then. Fair enough. I was expecting a .txt. If you're on Windows, that's probably what you're going to get. Well, you can put a .txt on it. It's standard practice, that's all. But we'll do it. Now, qbyte array is this last bit of the puzzle. First of all, can we compile this? Nope. Undefined reference to you. Night utilities file IO qstring. It's not a string. I'm just going to do that. We'll get a conversion going, just in case we need it. I'm not saying we do, I'm just doing it for experimentation. That'll do that. Night utils file IO. It's telling me it's undefined. Night utils, night and pipe. We don't need this compilation. I'm going to put my inline back. There's something wrong with one of these. Which one is it? One of you little lovely people. Different. That's cool. Looks okay to me. Okay, keep out array. It's core. Got to this yet. I didn't want to look straight away. Lot. Directory. Core. Core. I don't see that being a problem. I don't know where this definition is going, why it's not here. Should be. Says it's unused. Shouldn't be able to make this mistake. It should be able to do it for you. It says it's here. Alright. Do it the other way. I'm not bothered. There's your definition. Don't lie. There you go, back. Unused function file IO. Unused variable. What do you mean unused? Have I spelled this wrong? Oh, okay. We're using QDebug, aren't we? Right, so we have some contents here called file output. Don't think we really need utilities.c. We'll keep it. Might come in useful. That's how I would write it normally. I would do a static inline like this. What that means is that whatever we've put here is cut and paste by the compiler and placed here. Literally a cut and paste technique for the compiler. It does the work for us. What can we do with qbyte array? Yay, we've actually got that far now. We get rid of the issues. Don't care. Qbyte array, let's have a look. Don't want anything complicated, I just want something nice and simple. Have you overloaded? Possibly not. Oh! Data stream. Okay. Ba-ba-bum. Is this a Q? This is Q strings, isn't it? \0 terminated strings. I think it's okay. What happens then if we just did a QDebug? Start file output. Yeah. We get backslash. Well, at least now I know how to get hold of it because I can't do it on my keyboard. We get a return carry. Interesting. Which is the last thing that should be on the file. So what's the first thing in the file? I know. One. Well, that's a great file. I have one thing in our file output. So that's not working, is it? End result. I am going to. File not found. I think I've got something wrong in. Not unusual. It says the file was. Do I like that any better? We're going to make a copy, but that doesn't matter for now. Why does it keep telling me this is unused? Dumb. So something's not quite right. Yeah, file not found work. Oh, just read that again. Coming through properly. So we've solved that problem. What we haven't got is the file coming. Interfering. Not interfering. Okay. So our result is Bish. Come on then. Come on then, copy. This is development, so we're allowed to put rubbish in here. I like development code, it's so full of garbage. Whose file? Who's this file thingy? There you are. If you're wondering why I always put these on separate lines, you're about to find out because you can do that. It's debug code. Now we know what's in the file. That one there. Let's get some information on this and see what's going on here. So the file path. I can now copy that. Yes. Can't type it. That's better. So we've got the path, which is correct. We have the size, which is incorrect, and we have a turn carry. An interesting file we've got. Have I left anything else? I have. We've got a return carry. A return carry. All right. Not reading files very well, are we here? I totally agree with it, actually. Everything else otherwise is working perfect. And that's what I like about this style of programming. Also, what I hate about this style of programming, I've done no planning. I've done it, might have done it in my head, but I've not done any real planning to say what this should look like, what it should do, and what it shouldn't do. And at the moment, well, obviously, splattering code around, having a bit of fun. Get rid of the compile. Now all we did was we went down here, threw in the code, whatever it gave us. We didn't read anything. Did I not ask for the file? With QTextStream or QDataStream. We haven't even looked at that, have we? We can use a set file name. You can open a file. Wow. We just took that and threw it in there and expected something from it. Oh. Using a Q string. I don't want a Q. What would happen if I use that? This magic number. I want a link. I'm trying to think of how I would do it properly. Without sitting down and designing this, thinking about how you're going to do something properly is a bit dodgy. Keep putting in this process line business. Here. Okay, we can use the TCP stuff with it, which we will be doing later. Done the last two parts. Function. Yeah, we've got our config console. Got on that. Normally what I find is that we have to construct our input. We also didn't close. Yes, we did. Sorry, I was being lazy. Let's not be lazy. Bad. Teaching you bad practices and relying on these nice little brackets to do things. That's what I would expect it to have done. Nothing else here. We're not constructing, I know that. So that's the error. Well, not the error, but the solution, we haven't given it the solution, and I still don't know. No. I have no ideas why it's saying it's an unused function. Oh. Oh, nice. Wondering where it was for a minute. No. Nothing is jumping out at me and saying, hey, this is totally wrong. You shouldn't be doing it this way. I'm just trying to think of the true solution without designing this. I should be doing. We need a system for utilities. We can't just throw things like this at the wall and hope it sticks. It's just not going to work out in the long run. But it's given us an interesting insight into what our solution needs to do. It's a while loop I'm missing. And it's this while loop. So this needs to change. Can we not just read file? We have to read line. What are the options? Not any here, are there? Is file handling. That's open. We're okay so far. See, we don't even have a size for this cube iter here. Let's try that. Just for a laugh. Ah. Is that why I put a star there? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Don't return stack memory. Oh. That way. Not for that command, anyway. Let's keep exploring. So it does have the copy. Where is that coming from? Where's this read line coming? Coming from QIO device. Function reads a line of ASCII characters from the device up to a maximum size of 1 byte. Stores the characters in data and returns the number of bytes read. Here we go. That's more like it. But there's an if statement. Okay, so we've got our file open. Still got an if not file open. that's just reading it into a buffer. Which is how I would have done it. C++. Reinformating. Reads at most max size bytes from the device and returns the data read. On a minute. Read line takes a number. Bollocks. Big fault. That's what I expected. We had the wrong command. But now we can see that we have this thing at the end here. We can also see the \n's that are in the file that we couldn't see before. Fantastic. I'm quite proud of that. We worked it out. You can put any number in here, as long as it's bigger than the file size. You should really take the file size, shouldn't you? To be honest. Yeah, you should. Alright, so we've got some code that works. That's really all you're asking for from splattering code at a wall. To be honest with you. That's a mystery, that underscore. I need to know what that mystery is about. Why does it think it's unused? Because it's static inline and isn't used until the compiler tells it that. Can we refactor this? Can we refactor it? No. I don't think we can. Yeah, something not right there. What is it? That. Playing with code, cause la 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 la. I just save that out. Now there's no definition. Hello? Definition of what you think it looks like. That's your definition, is it? Yeah. Good. Undefined reference to. That's no good to me now. That. Undefined reference. It's a function. This is interesting because there's so many different ways we can do this. Take out the end. C works. C++ doesn't. I'll go with C. I prefer that version. Yeah, I prefer that version. And this is why you need to design systems. Utilities, I don't really want to be in C++, and that's what I'm trying to get at the end of the day. That's what this has been all about. This is C. If you were writing something in C, this is what you would use. You wouldn't have namespace, so you would have static in front of it. I'm just wondering about that. I don't want static. No, I'm happy with that. Absolutely happy. That is a good piece of garbage code. And I mean garbage. Absolutely 100%. Trying to pull the wool over any eyes here. No idea why it does that with my name spacing. Okay, matches up. Matches up. is up. Something else that I've noticed about this, no breadcrumbs. It does this weird thing. It's fantastic. But no breadcrumbs. Right. That is a basic file I/O piece of garbage. Awesome sauce. So, what we're going to be doing this next week, we're going to be making utils. Utils that you can use, it's the usage I was after, not the utility itself. Utilities that we can use in this kind of fashion. It doesn't do it here. What we can do, though, make it do it, is so this is our test piece. Yes, you can do this within brackets. It's called scoping. How scoping works is that anything any variables that are in this scope will only last until the end of the scope here, and then they get destroyed, which doesn't matter because we're not using them later on. So that still does the same thing. It's also a way, a technique, for splitting out things so you can look at them slightly more closely. That's our usage case. That's what you call a usage case. Not the best usage case I could come up with, I'd guess, but it is one. It'll do. Not a bad one, actually. All right, I'm going to keep that. As is. As is, as is. I'm going to keep the CPP file, and I will be keeping the header file. This becomes more important later on if we go into 3D, because we're going to need things like matrices and stuff to be placed in here. This is all foreshadowing further development later on down the line, but we do need this ability now. So if I run the program, or should I say build a program, currently we have this. There's file size 29. This is a comment, staff, 0, blah, 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 gives you the data. We've got all the data in there. That's the important point. What I haven't shown you is that if we rerun this, it keeps saying nothing to be done. There's no compilation going on. No compilation, huh? Or what happens if we change our assets? What happens if we then want to add something really nasty? We save it. We run it. Nothing to be done. But we still have the data. File size changes, staff, and dagger. It's independent. Your data is totally independent of your program. And it's also not a database. This can be loaded in and changed at any time. you see the power in what you can do here? Just with a simple piece of rubbish code. And if you can do that with rubbish code, what can you do with good gold code? But what about the loading time? Yeah, what about it? How fast are modern day computers? Can you write enough data to slow the loading down without using a program to write the data for you? Doing automatic program writing data. Bet you bloody well can't. You might be able to sit there for a year writing a long list of staff daggers and God knows what items from the real world. Cups. The rest, you know. Cutlery, fork, knife, spoon. You could, this list could go on endlessly. But it's not going to. I'm going to show you why later on. But this is example stuff. It's for development only. It's not in the main Midnight toolkit, although item data is. We'll leave that as is, I don't care. It proved a point. This is not going up on GitHub. There is no way I would give you this code and say this is complete. It's garbage. But it was done to prove a point. And that's how you can learn. How you can learn to program. For starters, we have an if statement in it. That's bad. That's the first thing I would look at when designing a system. That really isn't needed, is it? What is that if statement saying to you? That if statement says, oh, I'm not sure if the file's been found or not. I bloody well am sure about it. It says it here. I don't. Oh, don't do that. That's pink. I don't want pink. Can you stop it with your pinkness? That's why it was pink. It works exactly the same. Amazing. Oh, we don't have any if statements left. I like that idea. For simplicity for using it, because that means that we can just say, hey, we want it from there, and the utility will sort that out for us. We don't have to do something stupid. That I like. Not a problem with that. I've got less problems with it now than I had before. I'm going to leave the debug in. It's this top bit that I'm not happy with. You can see that I'm hesitating, and I don't know why I'm hesitating. Just going to play. Just play with the code a minute. Gets rid of that line. I don't like this. What they've done here. It didn't used to be like that. I might look up a different way of doing that. I want to keep that line. I don't like the first line still. I'm just doing a quick second pass, which isn't going to be completed. That's an interesting idea. So you can't do that. You have to do it that way. That's fine. Hmm. No, I need a system. I can't get any further with that without a proper system. It's gonna work. Alright, that's the cleanest throw stuff at the wall that I can do. It's on a single page. That's an example of how we could do it. And it will give us the results that I require. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to have some food. What about you lot? Is it tea time yet? I think it is. We don't need to save or... Yes, we do. Tools. Git. Local repository. Commit. It's not going up anywhere else. That's a basic. File. Very basic file. Oh. Do not use this code in production. Full stop. Use for testing So that's a good test. How we now have a main. Just testing to see whether a utility will work as we require it. Now the requirements are the output. It's this output here that is required. We need the \ns and we need the spaces. And why do we have happened to me end of file mark? Not showing. It won't show now. Did it properly? Damn. Never mind. There is an end of file marker. But that's irrelevant. It's now become an end of string. God. So there is actually a backslash. In here somewhere. There it is, so we'll just have to assume. Okay. This part here. What just happened? Good. Weird. There we go. Productive Sunday. Wow. Go me. Right. What do we want to do about this lot? Blah, 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 blah. We're talking about C++ classes, what they actually are, and structs. Bit of research done. So that's what that does. Oh. What we're doing all that way over there for? Alright. This is research. Goes. Search board. File. Open. We are going to do utility development tomorrow. That's where we start tomorrow. Good. Saved. In the meantime, you can guess what's coming up. Take care. Stay safe. And above all, I know I have today. So get out there and have some fun. All right? Even if it's coding, have fun.